Dun, 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 dun. To H, B, and F. We'll go with these. Hello, hello. Hello, is it me you're looking for? There's a lot of people on right now. Maybe that is common for Friday. All right, just getting set up here. What else do I need? Might have to do some drastic changes to this drawing today. More than I wanted. Can't stop addicted to the ching ching. Can't stop addicted to the like to not. Trying to remember the song "Can't Stop" by the Red Hot Chili Peppers. If anyone wants to sing along. Okay, so I am on Twitch. Perfect. And now YouTube is very hot today. Yeah, I'm live on YouTube, am I not? That right there, okay, looks good. Oh, the Seri bot is working for the ad breaks. Awesome. Okay, I think I can start. A 90-second ad break is starting. Damn. So I'm thinking I have to move her over to the right and make her a little bit taller. All right, let's do it. But before that, I'm gonna change this. Okay. So the hand, oh man, there's so much that I have to fix. Okay. We say the hand is gonna end right here. And then her head is gonna be like right here. Okay, that's why I have to draw light at the beginning. Okay, like this. Have to move everything up. Yeah, so right now her head looks gigantic, but it's because I'm moving everything over. And the shoulder is gonna be way over here. Let me see. Here we go again. What's up, man? Or lady, I'm not sure. What's going on? Yeah, long time no see. I haven't been streaming as consistent as I would have liked because some things have come up, but you know, I think we should be good now. I got bit by a dog this weekend. I don't know if you were here for that story. Bro, I am a guy. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, no, it was a it's almost embarrassing to say it because like the bite, it's like right there if the camera would focus. That's it. That's literally the bite. It's just under my thumb, which of course, you know, it didn't hurt, like it's not a big deal. But then I looked into it, and I was worried that I could get like tetanus or rabies and infection, so I had to go to urgent care, and I got the tetanus shot, which is a very strong vaccine, and I was feeling the symptoms of it this whole week. How many injections for well, for I got the tetanus one. For rabies, there wasn't that big of a concern because it's a small bite, and also I know the dog's owner. But I do think the rabies vaccines are way stronger than the tetanus shot. So hopefully I don't have to get one. But yeah, it was one of those things that it's like, man, I don't think this is a big deal. And then it just kind of, I started thinking about it more. And now with this drawing, I kind of had the setup, but I decided to move it a little bit today, more to the center, and make the head higher. So right now this is looking weird. Makes sense. Happened with me. The TED shot, it made my whole shoulder sour. Yes. What did you also get bit by a dog, or what happened? Tell your story. Yeah, this is looking very sus at the moment. Bike accident, first and last. Well, hopefully it's your last. Yep. You never know when things can happen. And it's like the thing with a wound this small, if I had like scraped it with my desk or something, it would be no big deal. But since it was a dog, then you don't know about the infections. I sent you a couple of Insta Reels if you ever want to use them for reaction stuff. Did I respond? I think I did. I think I did respond to your messages on Instagram. If not, I will get to them. Nope, did I not? What did you have a different username on Instagram, right? Because I don't remember that name on Instagram. Yeah, different. Okay, just send me the messages again and tell me that you are here we go again. So that way I know. Because also it probably sent it to spam. If I'm not following you, I think automatically it gets sent to a spam folder. Done. Okay. I will take a look at night. At night. So what's going on for you on this Friday? On this beautiful Friday afternoon? It's very hot where I am right now. What was that? I feel like I keep seeing messages pop up. It's probably spam. A lot of squinting at the beginning. So her neck right here. Yeah, I think I'm kind of fixing this at the moment, fortunately. I don't know why the wrist kind of looks too thin. An ad break already? Man, how long have I been going? 30 minutes? That was fast.
As the floors can't take no more, stuck in this groove, I'm feeling bored. Ready, steady, go. What we think, we become. Don't wake up. Don't wake up. What we think, we become. Don't wake up. Don't wake up.
And wake up, that says? Wow.
What we think, we become. Don't wake up. Don't wake up. Don't wake up. Don't wake up. What we think, we become. Don't wake up. Don't wake up. What we think, we become. Don't wake up. Don't wake up.
No fair, you started earlier than before. I got company over, but I'll be back later. See if I can catch you then. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you have a good time with the company, Artixia. I started late actually. My goal is to start at 3 p.m. Eastern. And I keep starting late, but it's fine. I'm offended. I even gave you, it's actually the opposite. I've been giving you more time than I should. Since I should have started before. Take good care. I'll be back soon. Alright, have fun. Let me know how it goes. I'll be here. I don't mind more time. Okay. Okay. Senderísimo. I see. Is distance here. Alright, I'm gonna start going into this space and see what I can do. The eyebrows are going here. The eye line over here. Hydrate? Okay. Hello, Dolly. Didn't know you were there. You know, just joshing around here. I've been very quiet today because I'm locked in. Just came through. Can't stay. Okay. A little pop for now. Lock in. Yes. Yeah, I'm on that stage of the drawing where it's like I'm trying to figure everything out and everything looks weird. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. In this beautiful Friday afternoon. It is so hot right now. I feel like my shirt is like stuck to me. Hasta luego. Sayonara. And this is the weirdest looking portrait so far. Don't lose faith, guys. An ad break is starting soon. Okay. I thought this was gonna go by faster, but it always is the case where I underestimate the time. This looks not like Shakira because the hair is dark on my drawing, but in real life it's blonde. It's dyed, but so it completely changes the character. But I have it dark right now so I can block in the shapes. Let's see how difficult this is going to be to make these eyes. At this size, they're so small. And the nose is gonna be, man, oh man. It's fine. It's fine, guys. Everything is under control, don't worry. You have to trust the artist. This is looking like Fiona from Shrek. I thought this was going to be the easiest drawing. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything.
let's make it grow. You gotta shake it, shake it, shake it. You just gotta shake it, grow. Just shake it, shake it, shake it. Let's make it grow. Shake it to the floor, let's make it grow. You gotta shake it, bounce it to the beat, to the floor, let's make it grow. Just shake it, let's feel, make it grow. Shake it, shake it. Shake it, shake it, shake it to the floor, let's make it grow. You gotta shake it, shake it, shake it. You just gotta shake it, grow. Just shake it, shake it, shake it. Let's make it grow. Shake it to the floor, let's make it grow. You gotta shake it, bounce it to the beat, to the floor, let's make it grow. Just shake it, let's feel, make it grow.
Hi, George. You've already started. My alarm didn't work. Hello, Fukuko. Yeah, no worries. I started an hour ago, but it's been really slow in terms of progress,
Shake it, shake
in terms of everything. How's your day so far?
it, shake it.
It's Saturday for you, right? Saturday morning. I'm in this stage of the drawing where I am battling. I am trying to break the wall. Just like everything looks weird to me right now. It looks off. It looks right, but it looks off at the same time. So I'm just gonna work on the face and see what happens. Yes, Saturday morning, and tomorrow is Fujikazi's 29th birthday. Many fans are in his hometown to celebrate it. I'm sure he's gonna have a great time. 29 years. So young, yet so wise. I wish him a happy birthday. So his birthday is the 14th. Yes, June 14th is his birthday, Gemini, and blood type is B. Oh, what, you know all those details. What is your blood type? It's A negative. Hello, Pay. How goes it? I am battling with this drawing right now. You worked really fast on your painting, the one you've been doing for like 2 days. I used to love Shakira growing up. Zooming. Yeah, you're flying by. I don't know how. You're getting better probably, and maybe inspired. Yeah, Shakira's from Colombia, so she's always been a huge part of the culture here. Probably the biggest Colombian musician of all time in terms of popularity. Oh, by the way, Pei, what do you think of the new design here? The layout. I thought I would make it a little bit more like my aesthetic. clean. Okay, I'll take it. Yeah, there's only so much I can have here, like physically, for decoration and stuff. So I thought, why don't I just make a background? But still wanted to keep it clean, you know, not overly complicated and stuff. I missed the dog story. How are you feeling? Oh, so I can just quickly tell you. I'm feeling way better. So last Sunday I was playing basketball and it was an outside court, right? It's at the park. And so somebody that I knew, they have a dog. It's not, you know, necessarily my friend, but I know him. And, you know, his dog is just playing around. There's a ton of dogs at the park, like it's normal. And so he's playing in the game. I'm on the sidelines waiting to get back in. And the dog steals another dog's like treat. It's like a beef jerky kind of thing. And so the other dog's owner comes up to us and he's like, hey, you know, that's my dog's treat. And so I go to help as the good civilian that I try to be. And I learned my lesson. You shouldn't try to take things from a dog that they're eating. So he has it in his mouth and I take it. I go to grab it with this hand. And I actually get possession of the treat. But then instantly, as a reflex, he goes to grab it back extremely fast. And in the process, bites a little bit of my thumb. And this is almost embarrassing to show because this is the actual bite. Well, if, you know, it's not really focusing, but it's literally right there. And so it starts bleeding actually a lot. It's like a fountain. It starts bleeding. It was like a deep puncture, like a tooth. And I'm like, oh, you know, whatever. So I wipe it with the grass and keeps bleeding. So I just keep wiping it for like 10 minutes until I could get a band-aid. I put it on, I keep playing, and I just go on with my day. And I think nothing of it. I'm just like, this is nothing. And then I go on ChatGPT and I'm like, hey, today I got bit by a dog. What's the deal? Small or not, it's still scary. Yeah, it got scary when I looked it up because ChatGPT was like, wait a minute. George, you got bit by a dog? And it says you have to get it disinfected. Tell me about the dog. You can get tetanus, which is like your jaw gets stiff and your whole neck, and it's a very unpleasant thing. Or you could, or you could get rabies, which is fatal. And there's nothing you can do about it. And so I'm like, this is a tiny bite. But then I get paranoid. I get anxiety from reading everything. So the next day I go to urgent care. They check it out. And the lady's like, yeah, it's pretty small. The nurse. But, you know, you could, if you want, you can get the vaccine. I was like, yes, I need it. And so that's all they do. They didn't even like clean it or anything. They just take me to the other nurse, and she goes, and I'm serious. She's like, okay, this is going to be painful. I'm like, all right. Do you have any recommendations? Can I still work out and stuff like that? Because it's on my left arm, the vaccine. And she's like, well, you could work out, but I would not recommend it because your arm is going to feel very heavy, like you've been working it, you know, a ton, and it's just going to hurt. very much. And I'm like, all right. I try to laugh it off. I think she's exaggerating. And she's like, no, you don't understand. This is going to be very painful for you for the next few days. I'm like, all right, well, I guess I will have to suffer. And she was kind of right. It did feel a lot more sore than a regular vaccine. I mean, I have a pretty high pain tolerance, so it wasn't bothering me. But then I started getting the other symptoms like a fever and chills and just like overall tired and weak. But I didn't feel those until Tuesday. So Monday I got the vaccine, and actually the way she did it, it was like perfect technique. I didn't feel anything on my arm. I was like, man, sweet, this is great. And the next day it just got worse. And the next day I started getting the symptoms, and it's when I was doing the live stream. And I was getting those in real time. And it just kept getting more intense. So Wednesday was the peak. Yesterday I felt better. And today I feel even better. But I'm still paranoid because of the possibilities of rabies. So they say if a dog bites you and they have rabies, which is apparently normal for them, like they go through cycles and rabies like shows up in their system, their saliva, and so if they actively have rabies and they bite you, they die within like 10 days. So when I went to the ER, they told me to write down the information of the owner, and I think they called them, and they were going to go in person and check up on the dog. And I just have to pay attention for the next 10 days that the dog stays alive. And if he does, then that's a good sign for me. So I'm just crossing my fingers that, this guy doesn't text me or anything. And since I got the tetanus vaccine, I guess I won't get tetanus. Probably not an infection because it's already the wound is healed. I would say it's closed up. And yeah, like overall, it probably wasn't a big deal. But since I get a little bit of anxiety, and reading up on ChatGPT just made it so intense. But I guess it was a good call to go get it checked, because otherwise, I don't want to be the guy that dies because he was embarrassed to go to the doctor. And it's the first time I've ever gotten bit by a dog. You said it was someone's dog. I feel like it's okay. Yeah, it's someone. But then I was reading, and they were like, yeah, the dog needs to have updated vaccines for the rabies. And so I asked him, and he said, well, he got his vaccines, everything up to date, when he was 2 years old, like up to that age. And he's 6 years old now. So I don't think he got anything in the past 4 years, which he should have. And so that's why I was concerned about that. And I guess some people are gonna check. But I feel fine. I feel better now compared to how I was. I think I will make it. Did you say you also got the tetanus vaccine? What happened to you, Pay? Did one of your cats get you? I'm so glad you're feeling better. Thank you. Yes, I've had it a couple times. Just recently, I got it just to stay updated. Oh, okay, just to be safe. I think they recommend it every like 5 years, and I don't remember when my last one was, so that's why I got it now. Yeah, just in case, especially if you have pets, right? I really didn't think it would be that serious. But since I don't have pets, I've been, surrounded by pets for many years, but never gotten bit, so. Usually you had to get it for school. Maybe I did get it when I was a teenager, but still, it would have been too long ago. So the update was necessary. And I'm glad I didn't have to get the rabies shots, because from what I've heard, they are way more painful than even the tetanus one. I've never heard of it for pets, but if you step on a rusty nail or get cut by rusty metal, yes, that's when you can get tetanus. And apparently soil as well. I was reading up on it, and I think it said the earth itself, like if you get infected, you could get tetanus. I did research on it, and people in World War II got it from the trenches. Oof, God, that must have. Oh. And they also got like a trench foot. Their feet would get frozen, and man, they would have to drink urine. Just horrible times. We're lucky. We're lucky to be on Twitch right now. Oh, and then when I was streaming Tuesday, so I kept telling the story, right? And Cozy comes into the stream, and Cozy's like, "Oh yeah, I know a friend who had a friend who got bit by a dog and died." I was like, "No, please. This is not what I want to hear." So there are stories out there. So what did you learn? I learned that I should just not go outside. I could always order everything, my food, my groceries. I can work from home. To get sunlight, I can just open a window. I should just live virtually. Why go outside? Why go to the park, I think that was my lesson. To avoid the outside at all costs. Usually if you don't know how the dog would respond, stay back. And stay away from strays. There are a ton of dogs here. People's dogs, because so I live in an area where it's pretty like residential, you could say, and there's a ton of parks around, which is awesome because I like to be outside and to work out outside. And so they just run around. Like most people are here, like where I am, they're pretty safe with the dogs. They're like responsible owners, and they have them up to date and stuff. So there's like no real issue. And his dog, the one that did this, he's pretty chill. I've known him for years. So I don't even blame him. Like it's not his fault. It was just like a reflex. He didn't mean to bite me, but he wanted to get the treat back, and just my finger was there. It was a freak accident, as they call them. Yes. Barely an accident. Like it just feels weird saying that because it's such a small thing, but it could lead to more. So that's what makes me nervous, more than like physical harm. It's the invisible. That got me kind of paranoid. Gives me anxiety. Because then your brain starts to play tricks on you and you think that you're getting the symptoms, but it's just anxiety. That's crazy though. I would never try and take anything from another dog that is not my own. You are brave. Well, I guess I was just trying to help out because, yeah, it wasn't even a big deal. It's like the dog had the treat and the other dog owner was there and he's like, hey, that's kind of my dog's. I was like, oh, all right. So I was just there trying to take it, kind of even like playing with the dog, right? She's like, oh, come on, give it to me. And that's what happened. But I always get along with dogs, because I'm at the park a lot playing basketball or working out. And so I know a lot of people in the area that they walk around with dogs and they always greet me, and I can always pet the dogs and stuff like that. I wish I had a dog. But where I live, we're not allowed to have pets in the building. And also it's a huge responsibility, of course. It just sucked because I had to pay out of pocket. Since right now I guess I don't have health insurance. I'm not paying for it. So I just had to go as like particular, and I had to pay out of pocket for the consultation. But it's still cheaper than paying monthly health insurance. So all in all, not a big deal. It just kind of set me back for the week. What are you up to, Pay? On this beautiful Friday afternoon. I just got done cleaning my brushes. That'll do it. And then you had to... What was the word you use? For the paint palette? I woke up super late. About to go on a walk. Go for it. Be safe out there, Pay. Stay away from stray dogs. I would be more worried about rabid raccoons here or bears. Do you get bears in PA? Oh, maybe black bears. I hope not grizzly bears. The last animal I would want to face is a grizzly bear. That is no joke. Yeah, because people in the United States usually, from what I have seen, they're not like Americans tend to like their distance way more than like other countries, for example, here. So there's less chances that you're going to be close to other people's dogs and stuff like that. Whereas here, they're like communities. I once saw a birthday party for a dog, and they even had the hats and everything and a cake at the park. They make like their own groups in social media, WhatsApp and stuff, and they celebrate the dog's birthdays here. You know, something about people being more lonely and not wanting to have kids, so that they just have dogs now everywhere. There was one spotted about a mile away. Not rabid bear, normal bears. Well, even bears, they don't like to have confrontations, right? They're just as scared as people. So as long as you don't bother them, then I think you should be good. I don't know if you have like a bear spray, just in case. If you live that close to in like a forested area, deep in the woods. Oh yeah, because you mentioned that you had heard Bigfoot sounds at times. Yes, in my backyard. I am fascinated by Bigfoot. I've always been into like cryptid stories when I was a child, into the paranormal, into like all UFOs, all sorts of mysteries. I was always watching those shows. But yeah, anyway, if you have to go for a walk, don't let me hold you back. Doodles! Well, first of all, good day, Doodles. How are you? Yes, I have learned my lesson. I have to be more cautious at the park. And this head is so small, so it's difficult to get the detail in here. What's going on with you, Doodles? Might as well draw the hand. So we got 3 fingers here. Pinky, ring finger, middle finger. What happened? Where's the music? Well, the face is looking slightly better. It's kind of looking like her now. The eyes may be a little bit too big. BRB, walk. Okay. Have a good walk, Pay. Maybe let's go to well, no, stick with F. Do this side. How are you feeling, George? I'm doing better than yesterday. I'm feeling pretty recovered. Probably at like 80% of regular health. At least I don't have as much like fever or chills. I think it comes up every now and then. But overall good. And mentally I'm feeling better. How are you doing, Doodles? Any birds today? What's the update? That's good that you are 80%. It was too hot for me to stream. That's what I'm saying. It's so hot. It's so hot here as well. And it's very uncomfortable to stream under hot conditions. I guess it would be worse if it was really freezing. But still, I just want to be comfortable. 90 degrees. Kind of don't have the motivation as well. It could be because of the heat. You know, you get kind of heavy and like your head is like, maybe you get a headache. So I can understand it. Well, you stream when you feel better. And also this is at like a weird angle. So it may be, yeah, it may look weird at times when I draw this. Artixia was here earlier, and I think she might be back later. Doodles, do you work on like, do you have like a regular job or? I forget if you already told us. You probably did. I have a bad memory. Did you say you were a teacher? Or am I just making stuff up? Yes, I have told you more than once. Oh, jeez. I get reprimanded. Therapist. Ah, okay. A therapist. I see. I have a cousin who's a therapist. I've only had to get therapy once, I think, and it's when I sprained my ankle. Do you focus on a specific type of therapy? Some hard style, okay. Well, maybe today I'll just work on the face. An ad break is starting soon.
I want it. I want it.
In here. The materials are disintegrating. Smooth this out a little bit. Oof. Toast! How are you doing? What's going on in Brazil today? Nothing much. Just chilling. Chilling on a Friday afternoon. Night at this point. What would you consider is night? What is the difference between afternoon and night? 7 p.m.? Past 7 p.m. is night. Okay. Okay. And it is 7 p.m. here, so nighttime, technically. No wonder I'm getting hungry. I was supposed to buy milk. I don't know if I have time. Milk and bread I was supposed to get. Are you a fan of soccer, Toast? Will you be watching the World Cup? Not really. Okay. Do you like any sports? I've been watching the World Cup. It's been fun. How is the World Cup, Doodles? I don't like, normally I guess I would watch it, especially as a kid, but I haven't seen this year's. I think Mexico won against South Africa. Was it 2-0? Dodgeball. Interesting. It started yesterday. Oh, Mexico won 2-1. Okay. It's funny that you say dodgeball, because that was probably my favorite sport in school. I used to love playing dodgeball. It was like perfect for me. I wish I could find like a professional dodgeball league and play for it. I would actually do it. Yeah, the World Cup just started, so there's a lot to watch. Who do you think is gonna win the World Cup, Doodles? South Korea won 2-1, and today Canada tied with Bosnia 1-1. Bosnia coming out of nowhere. Canada has to step up their soccer game. I'm definitely gonna watch when Colombia plays, and probably when the US. But I don't have much faith in Colombia winning, to be honest. My country's playing for the first time on Monday against Spain. Is your country, did you say, is it Jamaica? Oh, Dominican Republic? It's definitely in the Caribbean. They never played before in the World Cup. Is it a country in the Caribbean? Now we're playing trivia here. If you check my bio, you will see it. I've told you, Doodles, you must remember that I have a terrible memory. I could check your bio, but it will make, you know, I want to try to guess it. Is it Trinidad and Tobago? Give me a hint. Nope, but it not Caribbean. Is it in Africa? Getting somewhat warm. Well, is it? That is it in Africa? If it's not in Africa, what is the first letter of the country? And I will tell you where you're from. See, I'm not keeping up with like the countries participating and stuff. I don't have the album. Excuse me, as I'm getting hungry. I think it's hunger or what? I'm tired? BRB, okay. The highlight on the lips. Always such a bright highlight. Man, the nose. The nose. Why is Shakira giving me trouble? You know, in this day and age. Or maybe it's not even her. I am giving myself the trouble. Why should she take the blame, you know? Technically, I brought this upon myself. And also I chose the reference photo.
Don't say you down. You gotta stand up and fight. Got to stand up. Don't say you down. You gotta stand up and fight. Oh, you got to stand up.
The eyelashes. Very luscious. Bold. I forgot to tell that I made vinegar biscuits. Can you taste the vinegar a lot on them, or how does that because I do like biscuits, but I don't know how I feel about vinegar, you know? It's such a strong taste. They don't taste like vinegar at all. So they're just made with vinegar. What do they taste like? What kind of biscuits? The vinegar reacts with the baking powder, making them very puffy. That sounds very pleasant. Puffy, like puffy biscuits or pastries or whatever type of food is like such a pleasant texture to me and form. It's like marshmallows or muffins. I'm a big fan of that shape. In fact, puffy is probably one of my favorite words.
The light can reach you in the desperate times. To change your soul and change your mind. I will rise, the fire in your eyes. Make me feel
Do you own a restaurant, Toast, or how do you just make those at home?
the hollow ground. I was losing my ground, running from your fate. Run, you know you're too late when you missed your chance. When no one is there, the fire and the air. We met one day, but now it's late.
And make them at home. Pastries are so addictive, especially if they're small.
Sweet dreams aren't real.
And it's one of the most delicious types of foods,
Breathe freely when you
in my opinion.
go. You have to
Even better than candy, I would say.
I don't regret.
I'd rather you offer me a cheese bread than like M&Ms or something super sweet.
Make me feel alive. Silent love, I was 2 feet above. The hollow ground, I was losing my ground, running from your fate. Run, you know you're too late when
I agree. Yes.
when no one is there. The fire and the air, we met one day.
Something about the powderiness or the yeast, the flour. You need a lot of self-control. Otherwise it can get out of hand, you know, the pastry addiction. Oh god. And also the combination of pastries and milk. Okay, another game is starting. Any other guess to where I am from? Well, you didn't give me the hint. What letter does the country start with? Or if it's too obvious, then what letter does it end with? It's close to Africa. Madagascar. So you're saying it's close to Africa, but not in the Caribbean? And a nation of islands. The Canary Islands. Oh, that would be... That's ironic. That would be fitting. Ironic or fitting? No, maybe fitting for you. That's my guess right now. The Canary Islands. Although I think that's still in the Caribbean. Shakira. What the heck? It's technically part of Africa, but it's in the continent. But it's not in the continent, it's outside of it. So I'm thinking Europe. Like Southern Europe and Northern Africa. Near like Egypt. I doubt you're gonna guess it. Oh, you have... Then give me the last letter of the country, and I will guess it immediately. It's near Senegal. You lost me at Senegal. Sudan. South Sudan. I almost said Morocco, but I think they've been to the World Cup before. Nah, it's not in the continent, George, but it's near the country of Senegal. My geography of Senegal escapes me. Man, I'm gonna have to look it up. I'm not even gonna go to your profile. It's a nation of islands. Senegal... Oh, I haven't looked it up. What is the country that is where the pirates are from? Where are the pirates from? Isn't it Senegal? I mean, some pirates. Alright, let's go to the world map. I think I have it. New Guinea. It's gotta be. St. Louis. Guinea, there's, I guess, multiple Guineas. And I need the whole map of Africa. Yep, I'm just gonna guess Guinea. Or no, the pirates are from Somalia. Ads BRB, can't hear you. Oh man. Nope, it's a nation of islands outside near Senegal. Tell me when you're back from the ads. Are you back? I see no islands, not even on the maps. This is extremely difficult. So is it Dakar? Or is it near Dakar? If you zoom out, you will see. You will see, and it's outside of Dakar. I was looking at images. I might have to go to Google Maps. We're doing some deep research at this point. Oh, Cape Verde. It's gotta be. If it's not Cape Verde, then I'm shutting down this channel. And I will retire for the night. You got it. It only took you 5 hours, but it's not about the length of the time, Doodles. It's about getting to the facts and the heart of the information. Pei, I have a question for you. Oh wait, well, if you haven't heard it, where do you think Doodles is from? I will just tell you that it's not easy. Not easily guessed. Oh, I hope Pei knows. Does she? We're gonna find out. And also try not to look at the conversation from before, because it starts with a C. It does. But there's so many countries. Probably there's like the most countries that start with the letter C. I can think of like 8. Hey, you can do it. I know this. I thought I knew as well, but it really took me a long time to find out. I'll give you a hint. It's not Colombia. And it's not near Colombia. It really is kind of in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, it's just one of those countries that's kind of floating out there, you know, lost at sea. But it probably has a lot of birds. It's like Cabo or something. Yeah. We need the specific name though. It's a color. Wow, Pei, I'm gonna go cry in the corner. Again. To be fair, Doodles, it's a very difficult country to remember. And many people don't know much about it. You got it. 10 points for Gryffindor. Doodles, come back, you don't have to cry. At least not tonight. I don't know what we're listening to. Doodles, what is something that represents your country? Oh, okay. BRB gonna go watch Katy Perry singing in the opening for the game US is playing today. Are they really? I should probably watch it. And I think I'm gonna react to the musical performances. Does anyone else here watch soccer? What sports are people? Yeah, singing. No, Katy Perry. I mean that she has talent. but maybe they're overusing the auto-tune these days. I wonder what song she's gonna pick. And food, cachupa is a popular dish. Speaking of food, it's break time. What is the... Alright, I'm gonna get something to eat. It's probably just gonna be a banana. The usual. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So, running low on space. So what happened was, I checked on the bananas and the top half was completely black. So I had to chop them. And now I just have partial bananas. So I'm gonna eat 3 partial bananas in one sitting. Because the lower half should be still good. Hey, do you like any sports? No sports at all. Not a single one. I watch skateboarding stuff. Fair enough. Yeah, it's probably because of your state. I'm trying to think of like professional teams from PA. You're just in a sort of gray area of sports. That's because Demix was a skateboarder since he was a child. Oh, it's pretty cool. I had a lot of friends in Boston who were skateboarders, and they would just skate to class, right? But I never, I didn't learn. So it is something that you have to, I think, take your time to learn. You can't just jump on a skateboard and do it. And I wish I had. I wish I had. Man. Even in high school, I remember some kids were trying to teach me. These kids, like the kids were like 2 or 3 years, no, like 2 years below me. So at that point, I seemed like an unk. And they were like, hey, they were in the neighborhood and they tried to teach me, but it's difficult. Does he go on like exhibitions and stuff like that? Or like professional? I tried to learn in my early 20s, just wasn't going to happen. It's so much easier when you learn anything at a young age. So as a kid, you treat it as like a second nature, and your body adapts to whatever you learn. Exactly. Second banana down. Now we go to number 3. And skateboarding does seem like something you have to learn young. Like some other sports, for example, soccer, any age. You could be like 80 years old and you could learn how to play. You're not going to be amazing, but you at least know how to do it. But skateboarding, it requires, I would say, like, balance, flexibility. You have to be very agile. You used to, not anymore though. He was sponsored by a shop growing up. Then when he moved here for me, he stopped for 10 years, then picked it back up. Oh wow. Stopped for 10 years. He filmed and edited videos when he came back. Did you ever watch Rob Deerdeck's Fantasy Factory? And then it was like Rob and Big. It was all they showed on MTV. It was like 5 shows with the same guy. Hola Sarai, ¿cómo estás? Estoy mejor. Ya estoy como a un 80%. No tengo tantos síntomas, el brazo casi no me duele. Creo que voy a sobrevivir. ¿Tú cómo estás? It's cool to see him really enjoy himself. Yeah, that's somebody, you know, when people are really into something, it's like a great thing to see, you know, whatever it is, being music, sports, art. It's like if they're happy about it, they clearly like have this connection with what they're doing. He once met Rob's parents and got pictures with them. I don't think I ever saw his parents. Did they show them on the shows? Pretty much all I know of skateboarding comes from Tony Hawk, Rob Deerdeck, and Jackass. Qué bueno, gracias a Dios, ya que eso es delicado. Aparentemente más delicado de lo que yo esperaba. Pero hasta el momento me siento bien. Entonces, ojalá que no tenga rabia o algo así. So I already ate the bananas. I think I'm gonna have some toast. Just straight up toast. The thing about toast, though, is that you take a bite and it literally like disintegrates. There are 1,000 crumbs. So I have to do this wisely. I give you the toast. It would describe a sense of peace while he skated. I could associate it a little bit with bike riding. I used to love riding bikes as a child. So it's that feeling of like you have this instrument, right? This ship, and you're traveling and you feel the wind in your face and you're kind of floating almost, right? So maybe with like bike riding or roller skating, similar feeling. Artixia, you're just in time for toast. Oh, what? By the way, where is Toast? Toast, are you still here? How did it go, Artixia? How's your visit? Que no tenga rabia tú o él. Ninguno, preferiblemente ninguno. Principalmente él, porque si la tiene él, me la pegaría a mí. Artixia, always here to watch me eat. It's destiny. BRB, ok. Ay, pero no pensemos en esa probabilidad. Es cierto, ya pasó. Ya estoy bien. Estoy bien. Ah, bueno, ahora llegas Artixia a la hora feliz, le decimos en Colombia. Debería poner una foto ahí en vez de eso. Ese pronto. A buena hora. Visit was good. Went on a walk. Okay. That sounds pleasant. By the way, you left me on red on Instagram. And that is kind of serious. Sarai, ¿qué has preferido más? ¿Ver los streams en YouTube o Twitch? ¿Hay alguna diferencia? The final toast. I'm getting close because I literally have a bucket here for the crumbs. Hold on. An endemic bird. What does that mean? Like a rare species of a bird? Maybe I thought I hadn't kept my day. Unreal. I could forgive you. But I'm just not sure, like, why you would do such a thing, right? Le llamamos como ñame. Come ñame. I kind of want to eat the crumbs here. But I don't know how. This is probably why I don't have more followers. Because I'm eating crumbs live on stream. They taste good. The ad is just in time. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna wash my hands and I will return. I got all the crumbs. I was eating toast, but there were a ton of crumbs, so I had to get the crumb bucket. The bird, he's... Are you calling me out on live? No, Artixia, everything is fine. I'm kind of shocked you know? All right, I'll be right back. Okay, okay. Man, it's always sketchy getting like out of the seat and into the seat. It's all right, Artixia. You know, you answer when you're ready. Oh. All day, just working on a tiny face. The ad break is finishing now. Oh, by the way, thank you for letting me know about the Seri bot or the ads. That's how I figured it out. So good call, Artixia. You're doing great. Kind of looks weird because I have it at an angle. How do I... Right there. That's better. Maud deserves a treat. Where's my toast? That reminded me of was it Squidward? Where is your uniform? I will give you your treat when I travel to Puerto Rico, or when you come to Colombia, either or. Oh, Pei, did we so Pei, we're trying to schedule like a meetup in Puerto Rico. We're going on vacation, some of us here on Twitch, so you're welcome to join if you're interested. Artixia is gonna pick us up at the airport. By the way, where is Toast? If Paige doesn't join us, I'll call it off. She must. Of course. Without pay, there is no vacation. No pressure, Pay. You can bring Demix. It's all right. So the nose was looking better before. Oh, Antarctica, did you keep working on your portrait? What happened with that one? Wait, what happened? Hey, did you... Oh, man. You're telling me you missed the whole proposal that we went over? Okay, we are organizing a trip to Puerto Rico. We're all going on vacation. A bunch of us streamers here on Twitch. You are welcome to come. In fact, encouraged, and you can bring Demix. It's a win-win, really. Artixia is gonna pick us up at the airport. Yes, you are the key for the trip. You can bring Demix and the frogs. Even the propane tank, of course. I've never been there. Sounds fun. Yes. I've never been either. That's why I want to go. Artixia said she was going to pick us up in like a limo. There were going to be pina coladas, all types of like butlers and waiters and stuff like that. It's gonna be a party. Hope you like nature. Sounds expensive. Black card, no, it's all covered for. It's all, I think, did you, Artixia, did you say you're taking care of it, or are you meeting in the near future? I envy you all. You are living close to each other. Kind of. It's, I mean, we're just joking about it, but maybe it could happen. You never say never. And no, we all kind of live far away from each other. Yeah, she'll take care of it. We can help out, of course. I said I would wash the dishes. I'll mop. See, that's helpful already. Somebody spills a drink or something, Pay's got it. And after Puerto Rico, we can go to Japan and visit Fukuoka. I want to go to so many places, but so there's the list right there. Puerto Rico, Japan, Australia. I want to go to Japan. It's one of the top places. but I think that would be really expensive. So I'll have to save up. I think I'm gonna start doing stock trading again. I'm gonna try to do it. Japan trip, yes! See, that's the spirit. So we can pick up Artixia at the airport in Puerto Rico, and then we just keep going to Japan. I'll make sure to have my sleeves. First up, Kyoto to the bamboo forest I painted. You know, I think Fukuko is actually in Kyoto. No joke. She probably knows what the forest, the picture you painted. I'll hide in a travel bag if I must. No, you can. No need. We're flying first class. We will be right up there with the pilot and co-pilot near the front. You don't have to hide, Artixia. The hand for this would stress me out. Oh, it surely not even like, well, yeah, both hands, especially the lower hand, because the lower hand on the photo is kind of blurry. It's out of focus, so I'm gonna have to figure that out. I live in Osaka. 1 hour to Kyoto by train. You should visit here to experience the real Japanese culture. The reflection of the tiles, I think it's gonna be cool. It's not gonna be as troublesome. Fukuko, do you know of the forest in Kyoto? Hey, do you have a picture of that maybe I can show? If in case you want to share. But yeah, this hand is also any hand really, but this one at least it's only showing like 3 fingers. Osaka, yes. Alright, speaking of hands. Bamboo forest in Kyoto is very famous. That might be it. The bamboo forest. So, okay. We have an image here from Pei. Imgur. Man, I haven't used that in a while. Loading. Please hold. Still loading. Hey, what did you send me? Oh no, okay, it is appropriate to show. Okay. What's the no. Okay, this. Fukuko, do you recognize this panda right here? Oh, now I see the signature now. It says Nell right there. You know, not to be no, this is not a joke or anything, but the color that you used for the signature, it reminds me of the color of Shrek. Like when you see the type in the Shrek logo. I wish I could zoom in even more. Maybe I can. Did that do it? Look at that beautiful painting. Perfect placement of the panda. Or maybe I went too much. Everybody go follow Pei. Pei, by the way, on Twitch. I would like to visit Maishima Park, Seaside Park. Wild panda means it is China, I'm afraid. It was not like, so the person wanted it to be, how did the story go again? No, it is a forest in Osaka, Japan, but the panda is from China. So the panda was just like an addition, but the actual forest is from Osaka. Do they not have pandas in Japan? I mean, I know that most of them are in China, but I thought maybe there were a few in Japan. All right, let's get these fingers out of the way. How many? 1, 2, 3. The guy who commissioned it loves pandas. Yes, it's an inside joke thing. If it's the Arashiyama bamboo forest, that's in Kyoto. Yeah, that's what I have been saying. Have I not? Did I say a different city? I think it is in Kyoto. One. Just saying in case someone was confused. Japan was borrowing pandas from China, but no more due to bad relationship between Chinese government. I don't think Colombia has ever gotten a panda. See, here's the thing where I'm... Okay. Giant pandas are no longer endangered species, I believe. Is that true? There are so few of them. I'm picturing like a panda rave right now. Yeah, I know the hand looks extremely strange at the moment. We will get it taken care of. It's because it's too thin. If you make it too thin, it's gonna seem long. So we must make it thicker. In what direction though? Trust the process. Let's protect the original panda now. Red panda's numbers are dropping fast. Is that the OG panda? I wish there were different colored pandas, like the blue panda. The extremely rare blue panda, you know? It is. What is the most famous animal of Puerto Rico? This is kind of like trivia. People could say the coqui. Oh, the frog. The frog that sings. I have a list. Sure. Frogs have some of the most interesting designs. So many colors, so many like spots. I think frogs and lizards are very interesting looking. And then you know what? I might have to move everything up a little bit. Coqui has a reputation. Puerto Rican parrot is quite popular too. There's so much wildlife in Puerto Rico, similar to Colombia actually, and Costa Rica. I lean to the Puerto Rican toady. The toady is that what's the word that I'm trying to think of? I love the cookie. A toady, is it a toady like the equivalent of, is it a rodent? Like the capybara? The capybara is becoming so popular here, like memishly popular. An ad break is starting soon. It's a small bird. I have it tattooed on my thigh. Small bird. Does Doodles know about this? You have to run it by Doodles to be approved. Yes. Oh, okay. Okay. All legal. All right. Yeah. This hand is going to take a lot from me. I'll ask Doodles to make one soon. Okay. If she hasn't already, is she done with the book? Hydrate? Say no more. Gracias, Sarai. But it's hard to get a picture. They are very fast. And no, not yet. It's why I'm holding. She's almost done though. Maybe next week. How many tattoos do you have, Artixia? You said on your thigh, on your shoulder, on your arm. Será cuidado de nuestro ancient baby streamer. Por favor, muchachos, siempre cuidado con el streamer. Close your eyes, okay. What's gonna happen? Anyway, what was I doing here? Es que hay que cuidarlo. Aquí el peligro más grande es el arte. Es irónico. Yeah, there it is. David Myers. Hey, just got done watching your Leroy Brown reaction. Thank you. How did you enjoy it? That was an awesome request that somebody made through the Coffee platform. By the way, if you guys are not familiar with Jeff Castellucci, highly recommend you check out his videos. He's a bass singer, has like the lowest voice you can think of, and he's awesome. El arte, we live on the edge of danger. Toca velar por su bienestar, por si acaso. Uno nunca sabe. It's but you pronounce it as Jeff, right? That's what I've been told for the past like year and a half. I think he says it right at the end of his videos when he's when he goes into the Patreon. Already won. What is up with this hand? Wow, that is the most horrendous. Geoff equals Jeff. Yes. Ah, okay. I'm on the right path here. I thought I had been messing up. Now people would have roasted me in the comments long ago. I remember because I reacted to voice play, and I think my favorite singer from there is Ellie. And before I used to say Eli, and somebody said no, it's like jelly. Ellie like jelly. So that's how I remember these things. That is the most horrendous looking. I am questioning my abilities right now. I'm serious. What the heck? It's Italian. Yeah, his name for sure. I can see it. Castellucci. Oh my god. I cannot go to sleep if I leave the hand like this. Pei was not joking around. Hands are hard to make. They are. I think I overestimate my abilities at some point, because I did see the hand and I was like, yeah, but it shouldn't be that difficult. And here we are. Hanging on for dear life here, as my reputation as an artist is on the line. Based on this one hand. Because if I can't draw a hand, then what am I? You know? You're questioning your abilities, yet I can barely draw a stick man. True, but I went to art school. I studied for this. I breathed. I ate and I slept the fine arts for almost 5 years, actually. Let's go to the real drawings. We have Bruno Mars, the first drawing here on stream. Then we have Fujikaze, the one and only. And last but not least, the GOAT, Michael Jackson. And now I'm stuck on this hand. This is Shakira, by the way. Hey, it's good to believe in yourself. Tú puedes, solo toma tiempo. Hermoso Bruno. Heck yeah, rocking the hair. What a great smile with the Bruno Mars. Yes. And the Michael. Michael. Anyone here a fan of The Office? Because I think the hand needs to be like wider. I saw it completely. Es uno de mis favoritos. The Office. Creo que es mi programa favorito. Oh God, no. God, no, no. When he sees Toby. Please, no. No. Oh, I think I have to move the hand a little bit to the left. That could be the issue. Yep. This comes down here. That's what she said. No. Wow. Wow, Artixia. Yeah, jeez. You are putting things in my mind. No, o sea, tranquila, solo que me dejas pensativo. But it's the world best boss goat line. It sure is. World's best boss. Mm, Artixia, ¿dónde está tu mente? ¿Está flotando por ahí, por las nubes? ¿Qué anda pensando? ¿Qué está pensativo? Ya me ve mucho, ya se ve mucho mejor esa mano. Un poquito. La mía, siempre por las nubes. Ujú. Es que, ¿cómo decirlo? Artixia es Artixia. Okay, let's just go back to the basics here. I have the face. I'm drawing the hand. What looks off? See, there's a thing here that she obviously has small hands, but since she's short, the hand kind of looks big compared to her head, but it's because she's short. It's not that the hand is actually big. You know what I mean? Habanero. Hey, oh, what's going on? Welcome in. I'm just having a big dilemma right now in terms of hand form and size. This actually would be easier if it were bigger. If like yes, and that's what she said, but like I'm saying, if I was zooming in. Her eyes, I would say it's hard to explain, but I don't quite match. That's something I have to fix as well. I think they're too far apart. That may just be it. Like they're too, I have to get them closer. Yeah, you like that, Artixia? That was just for you. I'm no artist, so don't take my words too hard. No, I appreciate your constructive feedback. It does help. It caught me off guard, not gonna lie. Well, be prepared for the unexpected. I could say anything. This is live. I'm not gonna give up. Never give up, never surrender. You're really good at drawing. Did you go to art school or just learned it by yourself? I did go to art school. I graduated in 2018 and got my bachelor's in fine arts. I did illustration. I live in the mystery, so I would say game on. Very well. So it begins. So if we're having difficulties here, we have to go back to the main shapes. We go from big to small. And so what is looking like here, it's like you can barely see it, but her thumb is right there, just kind of hidden. In this weird spot where it's like this, then the thumb. Let's see, can I replicate this? Wait, actually, what the heck? How is that? How is she doing this? It's like she put her thumb behind. That is actually weird. Cobra Kai. You know, I took martial arts when I was 16. And I thought I was the Karate Kid. I mean, technically I was a Karate Kid. I'm gonna figure this out if it takes all weekend. There is like a space between her hand on her face in almost a kind of C shape. Good point. Good, which is the one that this is what I'm working on right now. That C shape right there, and that's where the thumb is. So then we have the pinky. Habanero, do you watch my music reactions, or where do you know me from? Yeah, it is kind of like a C shape. When you're right, you're right. And then here we face the other obstacle. It's kind of straight. Yes, I found you from your Empire of the Sun reactions. Oh wow, that was a long time ago. Oh, I think you had already told me that. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I was brushing teeth and taking care of stuff. Hey, that's completely acceptable. Doodles, how do you feel about flossing?
As the floors can take no more, stuck in this groove, I'm feeling bored.
So we have the C. I'm bad at it, but I did floss this time. Well, I hear that it is recommended, but not every day. Also, I'm trying to find a good floss because the ones that I have used before, I don't know if they're just bad quality. Like, I try to floss and then it gets stuck on my teeth. So much worse. That looks better. So one, how many angles here? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I got a good one. And my dentist showed me how to floss on the teeth. I got root canals on. I haven't gone to the dentist in 7 years. I do brush my teeth regularly, but I don't floss as much. And lately I've been using Listerine. Wow, it's already 9. I think there's too much hair on this side. And then we got this. Did you see the game, Doodles? Is it still on? Is it still on for another hour? What's the score? Give us the rundown. US 3, Paraguay 0. Wow. With? Did you send another message with that? And before I forget, yeah, I might as well go back to the eyes and try to see what the... See, they kind of look buggy. They kind of look buggy on my drawing. Man, Shakira's gonna be so disappointed. This is not what I wanted. I just corrected my... Oh, okay. Yeah, Shakira sang her song Die yesterday during the opening. I thought about reacting to that video. With Burma Boy.
What we think.
I've watched it so many times. It was so good. Man, I'll have to check it out.
Don't wake up.
Is that your favorite song from the World Cup?
Don't wake up. What we think.
There's been so many.
We become. Don't wake up. Don't wake up.
I wish I had like a magnifying glass for this. Shakira, I remember I had a huge crush on her as a younger dude. Same here? Yes, it is. Your favorite song?
What we think. We become.
She's been relevant for so long.
Up.
Back. At BRB. Some people are back, people are leaving, people are BRBing. Doodles is back from brushing her teeth.
Don't wake up. Don't wake up. What we think. We become.
This is the song that tells me not to wake up.
Don't wake up. Don't wake up. What we think. We become. Don't wake up.
It says don't wake up.
Don't wake up.
Wake me up when September ends. What is your Twitch? It might easier to chat there. It's just George the Cloud. Find me in all social media. George the Cloud. So George, how are you feeling about the size you're working with I'll be so nervous about doing such small details. I wasn't nervous before. I got slightly nervous today, and I think I will gather the confidence to continue. But it is concerning. With this size, you kind of have to do like an impressionism kind of. You got this, you can do it. It just gives a bit more work. Hey guys, it's me, Habanero, on YouTube, on Twitch, and this guy's everywhere. I thank you for that follow. Yeah, welcome to Twitch. Do you usually use Twitch? I can do it. It's just gonna take a while. It's just literally gonna take way longer than I expected, but I can do it. Just chip away. Just chip away. Just like the Knicks did against the Spurs, and they won that game somehow. I don't know if you guys watched the NBA Finals, but that was an incredible game. I do abstract art, so my style is way different than yours. Oh, do you stream on here? Lisa FIFA Goals 2026. Is that your favorite song of the World Cup? I did react to that one. One of my favorites. We will drag the YouTube chatters to our side, to the dark side. We will not rest until the army is fully assembled. I'd be interested to see what you know, your style and what you work on. An item, but I started with learning graffiti as a youth. Then it evolved into odd and weird art. Weird, you say? Interesting. Do you post it anywhere on Instagram maybe? Maybe you could show us something. I get itchy because they said that was gonna be one of the side effects from the vaccine. That you can't really see it, but I got like this red. I started to get like a red thing from like a hive from the vaccine. So I panicked. But it's better now. No, like I'm not doing this to flex. I'm actually, it's like itchy. Yes, we're all interested. Please share with the class. Not really, I keep low profile, but I have had great artists saying I should show it to the world. Whenever you're ready, we will be here. Don't itch it. Yeah, that's what they say. But you know, I do it instinctively, and so I forget that I shouldn't. No, guys, I would not do such a thing. At least not yet here on Twitch. But I've never gotten that before from a vaccine shot. That it started, you saw like a red circle and then it started to expand. I understand. I learned to turn off my brain when doing my art. It helps with doing cool stuff. I see what you mean. I mean, I have explored myself. I have done, a few paintings that are more abstract, or at least that they don't have like a real like concept behind them, right? And it's just like I was letting go. In fact, I did it when I used to work on the the regular paintings, and then I had leftover paint and I didn't want to waste it, so I thought I'm just going to take the brush and put it onto an empty canvas. So by the end I always accumulated at least one canvas full of paint, and then I would work on that one. I would just say, okay, let me take a few colors over here and just make something from that. Johnny Bravo. I can see that, and I said hi and you didn't answer? You didn't answer to Doodles? I used to know a woman. She was insane with her skills in realism drawings. Then she went to an art school and I was like, I'm so jelly of your skills. That's the thing. Like, I don't want people to think that I'm only doing realism, because the whole point is that you have an original style and that it stands out. So it's something that I've been working on. And I know you can't really see it here with this drawing, but maybe if you look at other pieces, you start to see like how I work and doing my things. But anyway, she was so good even before art school. How dare. I said hi Doodles and you went BRB. Yeah, you guys are you're kind of clashing today. You can't, people leaving, people staying, coming back, like, just make up your mind. If anyone should be frowning, it would be me. Also, working on this while live streaming is so slow compared to if I was just working by myself. It is actually so much, like 3 times slower, I would say, at the very least. I have leftover rice from yesterday. But then what else should I do with it, You lucky, I love you, girl. I remember seeing that kid youngster that had autism, and he flew over to New York and managed to paint the whole place. That is insane, in really good details, on a big wall. Huh. What kind of... is that like a popular story of somebody? So he painted the whole place? Was it in realism, or are you talking about the kid that does like doodles? Mr. Doodles? Yeah, I would have to find his name though. It's been some years. Because there's this guy that does doodles on like everything. Even his own house. That's what I'm thinking. The guy that doodled with Sharpie all over his house. Hola! Artixia. There you go. Saying hi back since my Twitch is twitching and not showing the rest of the chat. So Artixia, you have 24 hours to respond. Yeah, what is the, I think it's the shape. Don't sweat it, Doodle. Twitch be twitching. Music to my ears. It might be the shape here. Yep. It's okay. It's nice with background music like this. I appreciate it. It's not my preferred music, but since I am streaming on YouTube as well, they're very, very strict with what you can play. So I'm not allowed to, play any copyright music, which is what you would normally hear, right? Mainstream. So this is from a channel that is copyright free. And I think it's from small independent artists. That's why I can play this. I'm glad you're enjoying it though. That's always my... If I could change one thing, like, at all about streaming, it would be this. I want to have the ability to play whatever I want. But it's not gonna happen. It actually could work through a thing on OBS. Forget what it's called. But it wouldn't work on my computer. Doodles, how far till sketchbook is complete? Oh yeah. YouTube is brutal for music. I usually put on 2-hour mixes and just draw. Like a synthwave mix, etc. Can be any, to be honest. I have a lot of ideas for music. So many things that I would like to play, switch it up. One day it could be house like this, other days it could be early 2000s music, could be listening to the Black Eyed Peas, to Britney Spears. There's no rules. I have ideas, I just don't, I am limited by the world around me. The whole sketchbook is done. And to that I say congratulations, Doodle. You deserve, some sort of break and an ice cream. I just need music to make my brain shut off. Yeah, did you finish it on stream, Doodles? I definitely need music as well when I'm drawing or when I'm walking, where I'm just going about my day, right? Or maybe I'm even doing like grocery shopping and stuff like that. And music is very appealing here on Twitch, or like just streaming in general. I think it makes a big impact on the stream. If you have music and what music you have on. Because it kind of goes with people's vibes, right? If you don't have any music, it's a bit too quiet. I said Britney Spears and now I'm thinking about Britney Spears. Is this looking like? No. No way. I streamed it last weekend, I think. I was gonna stream yesterday and today, but it's too damn hot. Yeah, we're in the middle of summer right now. It's only just beginning. You have a Discord for the chat or no? I could link some of my stuff. You could post it on here. I do have a Discord, but I really never use it, so nobody follows me on there, sadly. And I only follow 2 people, so you can always just put it in the chat. Yeah, I mean, I have it. I got it earlier this year. I'll probably use it more as time goes on. But just right now, I find it overwhelming having so many different platforms. Trying to stay up to date, you know. I got the Twitch, I got the 3 channels on YouTube, you know, posting on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook page, sometimes on WhatsApp, because that's what I use here. Does anyone else use WhatsApp? Or is that just a thing that we use here instead of the regular messaging? Not anymore. 'See, I still think the eyes are too far apart, and that's the issue. So I'll slowly make my way towards the center. Since Facebook bought it, I don't. Yeah, Meta is in control of Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. Did you guys see how Elon Musk today became the world's first trillionaire? What is that pen called? I'm curious. It seems great. Oh, this is an eraser. This is called the Tombow Mono Zero from Japan, and it's incredible for erasing. Hold on, let me focus. .3 millimeters, I guess. I love that eraser. Yeah, it's same. Seems legit. No, this is the real deal right here. You can't go wrong. I usually use pens to draw, but that would also work. You can refill it too. Yes, of course you have the little. Just take it out. Refill it. I also have a thicker one, which I use at the start. I forget what this brand is though. It might be the same, might be Tombow. So I start with this one and then I move on to the other one. Rolling with Punches just subscribed with tier 1. Brother, I salute you. Thank you for your service. So I really appreciate that. And since you just subscribed, I do have a thing where, yeah, of course, celebration, Artixia. I appreciate that. Feel free to react, to request a quick sketch. It can be on paper or on a balloon. So think wisely. It's gonna be a quick, like 10-minute sketch. It could be on a small sketchbook or on a real life balloon that I blow up in front of your very eyes. Do the thing. Wait a minute, not many can do what I like. If I would order art, I think, is that a challenge? I mean, it's just like a quick thing, you know, for the sub. So you can just pick a, you know what, I'm gonna get the balloon, and you can pick a subject. I'm a big fan of cyberpunk-ish dystopian future stuff. I can picture something. That's a whole environment though, so it's a bit complicated to do on a balloon for sure, but not impossible. Where are the balloons? Hang on a sec here. The only thing here is that some balloons are small and others are large because I got the small balloons by accident. You don't have to. I prefer on paper. Paper it is. I just wanted to blow up a balloon, but it's fine. I was contacting a guy I know to do an big art piece for my house. Oh wow. Like, do you mean like a big to put on the living room or something? Okay, let me get the small sketchbook then. I have it. Take a break, Shakira. Go for a walk. You'll be fine. Oh wow, this is. Do I have a page on here? All right. What the heck is that? Is that oh, Artixia. You. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow. That was unexpected. All the walls. It continues our piece. Yeah, Doodles, now you get to skip the ads. One of us. Thank you so much for that, really. Hey, what? Come on, guys, it's Friday night. You are making my weekend so much better. See, now everybody hype. I don't even know what I was doing. Thank you, Pay. Thank you, Artixia. Thank you, Rolling. Well, now what do I draw here? I want a specific art piece all over, and this guy is so good at graffiti and art in general, so I trust him. Claro, amor. What is the... How specific is it? Pei is going crazy with the emotes. Okay. Who is that guy, by the way? Is that Justin? Alright, so rolling, you are free to pick whatever drawing you would like here, as well as Artixia and Pei, by the way. Like, he has 20 years experience of doing all kinds of stuff. I mean, that's a lot of experience. That's what it takes. Especially for a house, the stakes are so high. He's 40 now, but still a crazy art dude. Yeah, 40 is young. I would consider a 40-year-old man young still. In this day and age? Doodles, what do you want? Honey. Oh yeah, with that, in that case, well, Artixia gifted Doodles, so it's in between the two of you. I will wait. I really have no rush here. Hey, come on. No way. I need to stop the music for this. Hey, you're killing me. In the best possible way. Is that what that sound is? I heard like a almost like if Mario jumped up for a coin or something. Huh, interesting. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Pei. I consider 50 young still 50 still young. I would even argue 55 is young. Level 2 hype. Let's go. I think this is the only time that I've gotten to level 2. Wow. I am honored that you guys would do this to me. I feel like I should blow up a balloon just to celebrate. So here's a thing. You can't really, well, I thought these were going to be regular sized. They are not. What the? No! Artixia, stop! No! My heart. Flask, hello! Oh my god, Artixia has gifted a sub to Flask. That is so kind. As well as to Calamity, Nolan, Achromatic Kitten, Feds221, and Swizz. Yeah, Artixia, you are too kind. I don't know how I could ever repay you. George, show Flask all the arts. Have you not? Flask, have I deprived you of the arts? Look, the song is so fitting for this. Well, since we're celebrating already. Flask, I hope your eyes are ready. Well, this is Shakira. Progress. Whip. What? Honestly, I'm not sure I have even been here before. You have not? I thought you had at least once. If not, then welcome in. Level 3 hype train. Thank you, Doodles and Artixia. This is Michael Jackson, the most recent one. I can't see that well because I have my sunglasses on right now. Fujikazi, Japanese musician. Before that, highly recommend you check out his music. And Bruno Mars is the first drawing that I did on stream. The emotes. But yeah, for Shakira, I thought I would change it up and do like a little bit farther away. I thought it would be easier. Quotations. Where's the camera? It's turned out to be kind of more difficult because it's so small to work with in that area. But, you know, I'll get it done. These are excellent. Thank you much, Lee. No, Flask. Thank you for being here. George is so talent. I seem to have dropped my balloons as I have them on my lap. The point I was trying to make is that some are large and others are small. See it actually is a big difference. The small ones are like 8 inches and the others are like 14. Should get a bigger sketchbook. I have several. This is just like a little. We need another Hank balloon. Or else. Do you still have the other Hank? Hey, I don't know how to tell you this, but we have only the memories and a photo. Then I can't see anything. Whoa, I was close. Almost doxed myself there. You're not seeing this? There's something that I have to show you guys. It's not pay. It wasn't. I tried to save him. Fill a purple one, please. Say no more. It's actually gonna be small. Is that yeah, he looks so sad. It's a little bit small. Do you mind the size, Artixia? Because there is no large purple. I don't mind. Okay. All right. So purple, and what would you like? A Hank Hill or what? There will always be another Hank Hill. Don't worry, Pay. Wow. How many? What's a good site to link images? Imgur. That's a good one. What's wrong with small? Nothing. It's just a lot smaller than the other ones. And I meant to buy the large ones. Hank and Michael balloon pick. Man, I have all of those. Mini Hank Hill, yes. Let's please pay. If that's what you guys are into, I'm not opposed to it. So they where did was Hank the first one? I think Hank was the OG. So we have I think this is enough. This was the first one. And then Michael on my birthday. Yes. Oh god, this was it on my birthday? Well, then I did Jim Carrey, and that turned out to be something weird. And that one I actually did the whole way around. That is the craziest balloon by far. I created a whole world with Jim Carrey. And this is oh, I had the balloon up on my. This is where I kept the balloon in my room. And after that, we had the Dolly request. The alligator eating an ice cream. Can't really focus. After that, oh my god, well, yeah, you're right, the plankton. There was this one also by Dolly. It was a shoe bill. Wearing like exotic sunglasses and drinking wine. Oh, and high heels. Wait, there's no. What happened with the plankton? There's no record of it. Oh, wow. Did that get deleted by accident? That's messed up. I'll have to. No, that's. It's on me. For sure. I could probably get the photo from the stream. That's so weird. Okay. So purple. I don't want to keep you guys waiting too long. Oh, the music has ceased. Just a second. There is more music, don't worry. I am the DJ. Kind of. Limited. Very extremely limited, but you earned a hype chest. Open to see your reward. Is that a thing? I'm gonna open it. Did I open it? Okay, try again. Hey DJ, are you done mixing yet? Not yet. I'm just trying to open this kitty hype emote. That's what I got. That's kind of cool. Is that just for me or everybody here now? I hope it's a community win. Yeah, this playlist is over. So let me just quickly go to the page here. And by quickly, I mean kind of slow because the computer is slow. And there's a huge mosquito. See, it's so hot that I have to open the window. And there is one of those like giant mosquitoes on the wall right now. Let's go to this one. Again, guys, please bear with me. You got that one? I think that's the one I got. It's a famous old school vocal to a song. Is it? Justice for Plankton. I'm catching up. Are you finished with those errands? Everyone that helped the hype train. Ah, okay. It's cold here for June. Where are you? I mean, I don't take this out of context, but what's your location? Shuffle. Man, I'm still blown away, Artixia. Norway. Oh, wow. My friend is snowed in right now in Yellowstone, stuck in... How is that? What? Why is it snowing in Yellowstone in June? That seems very odd. Would never have expected snow from Yellowstone to begin with. Okay, while we get the music loading up, I will start to blow. Definitely some late snow there this season. It's not too unusual though, really. Oh, I thought it was. Okay. Yeah, is your friend okay? How are they gonna... Do they have enough resources? I don't know how big I can go. I think the most is 8 inches. I will stop there for safety reasons. Yeah, he's been hunkered down, waiting it out. Oh man. Yellowstone, I'm afraid to go there. I heard a lot of people go missing there, but who knows, I'm not from the US. Yeah, I heard a lot of stuff happens on there, but it's mostly people that like maybe they don't follow the rules and they go off the track. Okay. I have the balloon. Request for second balloon. What is the... Can you remind me of the first one? Is it actually Hank Hill? I spent a lot of time there and never knew of anyone missing. Maybe I'm thinking of the Grand Canyon. But no, it's fine, Artixia. I respect it. Tourist versus animal issues happen too often. Oh, I always see people getting wrecked by bison because they get too close. So is the first one Hank Hill on a purple balloon? We'll do it. Yes, okay, sorry, I'm taking too long on these. Yes, a Japanese tourist was killed recently when she got too close to a bison. I was watching a dude on YouTube and he said many people gone missing there. Then I googled it to make sure it was right, and yeah, it was kind of scary. Justice for our OG fallen. Well, the reincarnation is about to take place. And also let me do something about this music here. I don't know how big of a fans you are of funk Brazilian. It's a bit intense for what I'm trying to achieve here. New streamer, so please be patient. I think that's just the same genre. Okay. Pei is just waiting to see it. It can be fakes. I think some are fake, some are real. Behold, as I am about to do the axe. This is just a shirt. What was that little click there? Hydrate? Okay. Thank you, Sarai. I think I missed your message. Nice to meet you. Okay, what is this? Flask. I am rendering Hank Hill. If people sub or they donate or what have you, then they get to oh my god. Pay. You Pay. Pay, please. Yeah, if people sub or donate, then they get a free balloon art. And now I will have to sing Wonderwall. I think I made him too large, but it's okay. How far away do I have to sing while drawing Hank? Oh, that is no way. You're joking. We're waiting, multitasking. I'll get it done. I'm not nervous at all. I want to do a good a cappella version of Wonderwall, so I'll have to. Maybe I could do it while multitasking. There it is. We have an area where I used to live, a small hut, and if you go there at evening or night, weird stuff happens. Locals say it's haunted. Hank is almost back with us. Almost. This is actually because it's purple. It looks like the ghostly. It's the spirit of Hank is with us. Some shading for the hair. Really, one of my all-time favorite YouTube video of bicycling trips is one of a cycling trip across Norway. It's incredible. I might have seen something similar. He's purple because George failed to save him. I held him in my hands during his last moments. All right, there it is. You got a buzz cut. Okay. Well, I think you know what time it is. Wait, no. Let me get ready. All right, I'm gonna do it, guys. Pay redeemed it. Now keep in mind, this will be a fully a cappella version because I can't play this music on stream, so it's gonna be all vocals. All me, baby. All right, here we go. Are you ready for this? This is the. I have to get the hair. Oh yeah, brave, stupid. You could. It's either or. All right. Hydrate. You said that's from before, but I'll take it. God, I wish I could play the music. All right, hold on a second. What if I just don't do it? Oh, I'm doing it. All right. Today was gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you. Doom, 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 doom. By now, you should have somehow realized what you gotta do. Doom, 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 doom. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. Doom, 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 doom. Backbeat, the word was on the street that the fire in your heart is out. Doom, 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 doom. I'm sure you've heard it all before, but you never really had a doubt. Doom, doom, doom. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. Doom, 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 doom. And all the roads we have to walk are winding. Doom, 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 and all the lights that lead us there are blinding. Doom, doom, doom. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. Doom, 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 doom. Because baby, doom, 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 you're gonna be the one that saves me. Doom, 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 doom. And after all, doom, doom. You're my wonder wall. Doom, 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 doom. I said maybe, you're gonna be the one that saves me, saves me. And after all, doom, 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 you're my wonder wall. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Twitch. You've been great, great, great. Have a good night. That was embarrassing. Well, I did the redeem. Might have lost a bit of my dignity there, but nothing new. All right, back to the music. I didn't warm up my voice, so that would have maybe that could have affected the performance, you know. But the important thing is that I gave it my all. Otra, encore, free bird. Can you imagine? All right. Dignity, hardly knew her. That was very good. That was it's one of those things that sounded better in my head. Hydrate, okay. Thank you, Sarai. Balloon art. Yes, we're back to it. Artixia, can you remind me what the second balloon art was? Now I'm backed up on balloon art. Thank you, Flask. Thank you. And Pay, what is your choice for balloon color and concept? Oh. You may choose. Karen, Plankton, both, and Bobby. Okay, where is the link to some of my... Okay, here's a link to some of my early work. Gotcha. Alright, I will take a look right after I do this blue. Okay. And I really wish I had gotten the large balloons, but it's okay. Alright, we'll go with this one. And yellow for Bobby. That's the large one. Okay. Now it's time to blow. Damn it, Bobby. Just Karen? Oh, okay. The second one is taken... Second one is taken from a newspaper. I just drew on their faces and stuff. Okay. Then you explain... Oh, wait, I'm mixing the... Well, actually, I'm gonna put that up while I do this. That way we have diversity. Then I have to explain to Karen where Plankton is. How did I probably have the picture in the like the deleted photos or something. I can't believe I lost it. What does Karen look like again? Just a computer? Oh, this is pretty cool. Yeah, this is, I could see it, the spirit of graffiti in here. And I will share with the class. So we're looking at Rolling's art right now. And as you can see, it's a hand with all types of symbols and hieroglyphics and coding. That's pretty cool. All right. Some goofy stuff going on here. Access denied. Work in progress. Then you did like a cutout there. Very nice. Face. That is cool because it's very original. And I feel like his mind is free. Have we disconnected? Are we back? Are we back? Hello? Is anyone there? We are back legitimately, or? That is my early work. I'm way better now. It's still very good. It did F for a few seconds, but it's okay. Okay. Alright. We're back. Alright, good. Good. Probably the system got overloaded with too much Wonderwall. So Artixia, if you're here, just trying to pick a face. I think I'll do this one. Okay, we got some depth here. I'm trying to learn coding and Unreal 5 to make short videos. I don't know the first thing that it, about those programs, but certainly very, huge potential for creativity. Unreal 5 engine. Looks like she's standing on like a scale. Another hand that I have to draw. Jeez. She's wearing like gloves. Karen, Plankton is fine because he went on vacation to Puerto Rico and he should be back in 5 to 7 business days. He went to find the secret Krabby Patty formula. So rest assured, Karen, he will come back to you safe and sound. See, Karen she's happy. I feel like she needs a wig. You know what I mean? This is turning out great. I mean, considering how shook I am ever since Wonderwall. Did you guys ever imagine Karen with a fro? Well, this is your lucky day. Now say the truth. Say it! No clouds? You just wait. Well, that kind of look. No, that should be. Well, what's over here then? All right. And Karen looking kind of cute. Some freckles. Never hurt anyone. I was gonna end stream like 2 hours ago. I don't know what happened. There she is. Oh, of course, the cloud here. She's looking straight at the cloud. She's a fan of clouds, of course. See that? That is fine art right there, guys. Rocking them sideburns too? I guess so. Judging and waiting for the explanation. I think she understood, you know, what I told her already with the truth. Although I think I missed some messages here. I got too carried away with the art. It has some oh, the Engine 5, it has so much cool stuff I learned from a pro. And I get inspiration from ArtStation. So many talented artists on there. People still, I guess that's the equivalent of what's the other? ArtStation is the new. What was the other platform that people used? I never used them. It was kind of like Instagram or art. DeviantArt, it might be it, and there's another one. But it's probably closer to DeviantArt than the one I'm thinking about. La cara me hace recordar a Carlitos de Aventuras en Pañales. Ah, so Sarai is saying that this face reminds her of one of the characters from the Rugrats, Carlitos. I don't know what his name in English was. Charles? Charlie? She's smiling like, uh-huh. Sí, ya sé la verdad. Aquí viendo cómo intenta mentirme. Artixia, ¿cuándo la nube ha mentido? ¿Huh? Chucky? Yeah, it could be Chucky. I forget the names. Anyone remember the Rugrats? Their names? I'm still looking at that huge ass mosquito that is on the wall. I wish I could show you guys. All right, so we're going to pay. Let's see. You know what? This one, we'll put it over here. Okay, by the way. Artixia. Orchid. Poor Hank version 1. You will be dearly missed. Never watched Rugrats. If I did, I forgot. I did watch them, but I forget like any of the characters' names. So we have the first two works of art here. And now we are on to número 3, which Pei said on a yellow balloon. And I'm trying to kind of stall here as I look for the message because I forgot what she wanted on the other balloon. His face reminds me of Charlie Brown from Rugrats. I see. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, Bobby crying. Oh wow, that's man, you're going dark today. I thought you were going to write rip. I never write ominous dark messages on my balloons. Only happy accidents and happy balloons. Had to pull out the Spanish to English translate. Yeah, how anyone else here do the Spanish? Bueno, good. I wish I want to learn it. You could learn it here. Just stick around long enough. I talk in Spanish all the time. That should be big enough. That's what she said. Okay. Are we gonna sing Amarillo? What is that? I don't. Is there a song called Amarillo? Only thing I can think of is Black and Yellow. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Uh-huh. You know what it is. I used to work with a guy from Peru, but his Spanish is not regular Spanish. Oh. Look at the stars. Oh, that, okay, yes. You said Amarillo and I was like, made no connection to Yellow by Coldplay at all. Unfortunately, the ad is starting, so I will have to hold my vocals for after the ad. I have the perfect image for this. Actually, there's several. Okay, I'll go with this one. He tried to teach me and our co-workers. Amarillo, J Balbing. No, I prefer the other one. Artixia, please. What did you learn from that guy from Peru? Now I'm curious. I have to put this over here. Hey, I hope you have your peepers ready. Wait a second here. This guy good? I prefer it too. Okay, good. Hank, this is gonna hurt me more than it's gonna hurt you. We have the basics, the foundation. Sorry about the balloon screeching. Okay. So that's, you know, that's something. Some type of build up here for the song. I heard a click. George, wait. That's Hank. The other Hank. I can do both. Don't worry, Pay. Your redeem will be done. I just, you know, these sort of things can happen when you are live on, you know, a channel, television, what have you, whatever you guys want to call it, this program. So we're gonna have Hank crying here. Why would Hank be crying? Because he's absent? Hank is crying because Bobby's crying. How about that? Yeah, Bobby's the, yeah, I messed up. It was funny. He wanted to redeem the loss, and here I am. It was kind of funny though, because he said Spanish people could usually not understand his Spanish, but he could understand them. Yeah, it's some accents in Latin America are very tough, even for people that know Spanish like me. For example, like Chile, they talk very fast, and it's hard to understand. It's almost like in English, right? If you're from the United States, maybe you have difficulty understanding like a southern accent or, you know, like a Scottish accent. People tuning in right now, they're like, where's Shakira? This may be the best Hank yet. I guess I'm getting my Hank practice.
Crave.
Hank lost a customer to that Hurton propane. Deep. Do they have fast syllables? Probably. Yeah, I think they. I think Peruvians speak kind of similar to Chileans. And they kind of talk like this, and it's like very fast, like, you know, very, very fast Spanish. Like, yeah, I'm talking, you know, of course I'm talking, this is in English, but I'm talking like, you know, if they were an accent, and I'm talking like in the, you know, they're gonna be talking like this fast, and you can barely understand, you know, because now like my Mike Tyson is coming through. How easy is it to understand someone from Spain? It's not that difficult. They just have this like a lisp, I guess, like that. But for the most part, they I don't know what it is, but it's not. There's way tougher Spanish dialects to understand. Okay, so again, Pay, if you're still here somehow, please excuse the misunderstanding. I have given you crying Hank, but now we will go to crying Bobby, and I hope you make it one of your emotes. Ingen eid, meaning no idea in Norwegian. Like being in Spain, the Spanish will be the most pure, but it also can be the... I don't think, in quotations, it will be the most pure, but it's not the easiest to understand. I think Colombian accent, my own accent, is pretty easy, especially from the capital. We are known to have like very clear, like almost no accent. I've got it. Here we go. Oh. Here we go. Dude, Bobby literally has no shape. Or like no definition. It's like a thumb. Is everyone okay? Did you hear that? I hope you didn't hear that and the compression on the mic helped. Hey, I don't know if this is gonna happen. I watched a video recently of someone who spent 3 months bicycling through rural Colombia. There's some tricky weather up in the higher elevations. It gets rainy, it gets foggy. At least that's my way of thought. Could be wrong. Take cover! There are some accents in Norway that I don't even understand. They speak fast and use a lot of delayed words and fast at the same time. Trying to think of the Norwegian language. Man, this is a sad day. This is not Hank's day. I will put it that way. No, the mic canceled it out. Oh, good for you guys. You killed him again. You killed the balloon. The balloon killed Hank. I don't. I'm new to Twitch, guys. However, I never give up and I never surrender. Hey, I want you to feel and to leave this place like a very satisfied subscriber. You know what I mean? I don't want my ratings to go down because of one balloon. There are so many differences depending on where you live. It's fine, George. Bring Shakira back. At this, I have gone too far, Pay. The further north or mid-county you get, or odd places, you just stand there. In Norway? I really want to go to Norway at some point. They seem like they have everything figured out in terms of like a proper society. But Hank lives on, just tinier than before. Now, he's not, yeah, it's not over, guys. It's a transition onto the next chapter of Hank. This is actually, this is heartbreaking for a Friday night. It was meant to be. Yeah, so that maybe, is it the color? Man, now Bobby's actually gonna be sad. Yeah, their accents are hard to understand for us West Siders. What did I... Artixia, I'm sorry. I won't make it as large, so that way it will be fine. But that definitely was very loud here, and it's like almost 11 p.m. So hopefully no one in the house reported me for inappropriate behavior. Why did it? Okay, I'm done. I think it like popped against the mic or something. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What the? How? That actually popped right in my face. Every county in the country has different words. Also, we have 3 more letters than most countries. Also, you have the symbols, right? You have the little, or am I thinking of Sweden? Is it very similar to Sweden? I don't know what. I think the balloons, I can draw. You know what? I'll draw it here. Hey, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? I'm apologizing to everybody that is watching this train wreck right now. I'm shook, but I'm okay. I'm gonna be haunted by Frank. I know about the A and the... It was meant to be. It is what it is. You just can't push it. We understand Swedes, but understanding Danish is impossible. Querer es poder. That's why I'm continuing. I'm still doing it, but with the paper. There's no way this explodes, right? Is that even possible? Los globos. Justo hoy dejamos de todos los días. Preciso hoy. Están en huelga, sí. Danish speak fast, and when they do, they sound like they're puking at the same time, so you see the problem. Now I'm trying to think of what the most difficult accent to understand is. I mean, a classic one is the Indian accent, right? People from India. When I lived in the United States and people would go into the store, if they had an Indian accent, sometimes it would be hard to understand if they talked fast, because when they talked slow, it was easy. Because I don't know how to explain it. It happens with like the Indian accent or the Spanish accent. You kind of say the words like sharper. So like you pronounce the letters more like emphasizing. And so you could understand. It's the way like Sofia Vergara speaks, right? If you guys know who that is and how she speaks, she talks like this, and so you understand, like, of course, everything that they are saying, because I'm saying it very slow, but also it's not okay. I'm losing. Pero si estás bien, sí, estoy bien, tranquila. Hey, I hope you're still here. That pretty woman from Modern Family. Oh yeah. That's the one. She's also a judge on America's Got Talent now. She's from Colombia. Sofia Vergara was at the World Cup too. I mean, she's everywhere. She was actually dating Tom Brady. She was dating Tom Brady. I love Sofia's marked accent. She's adorable to me. I think we lost Pay. Which is a shame. Can somebody contact Pay? Pay's on strike. After the second balloon popped, she said, I'm out of here. Yeah, it's her. Oh, she's so charming and sexy. Yes. Now color that page yellow. I don't think I have... You're on late! Sky, I have been going for 5 hours now. But hello, welcome in. I am drawing Bobby from King of the Hill. She must be refusing to speak until Bobby is drawing. It could be. 9. Niet. And he has a thought, a haunting thought here. It's supposed to be a balloon being popped. Nein is no in German, niet is no in Russian, and no is no in Spanish. Careful, the page might drip. No, it's alright. These are just oh, it did. But yeah, I just have like sketches on here. Okay, I'm on late and cool. I like Bobby. Yeah, we have. So what even is the lore? I drew Hank, his father, on a balloon and it popped, and so I was trying to do another one. It popped as well, so it's just not a Hank type of year. So Bobby is depressed about that. Is this his face looking at the popped balloon? His face thinking about the popped balloon. It's the memories, the flashbacks. Did you guys hear Mafra Doomed cover song? I reacted to it. It was one of the craziest videos I've ever seen. Bobby lost his girlfriend, I guess, so he's sad. That too. Yeah, if you didn't see it, Sky. There he is. He's doomed. Now we got the whole family here. We just need Peggy. Damn it, Peggy. Did Pei really leave? After all the effort I went through. He dropped his burger when he was really wanted it, or what? Oh, that's... You're playing with fire here. Now you brought up burger. Man. George, I'll call it a night. Kind of sleepy. I'm calling it as well. I actually far exceeded the night. I think we lost Pei. We're gonna lose Artixia. I'm gonna lose my voice. And we definitely lost a lot of balloons, so it's about that time, guys. The cup of Joe. That well done Hank. Thank you and welcome in. Good night, guys. It was fun. Take care. Oh, hold on a second. I have not even rated yet. We have to respect the rating etiquette. Thanks for the stream. You're welcome. Yeah, maybe it's the yellow balloons. That's the problem. I'll try a different color next time. I forgot the S. You have a lovely night. Thank you, you as well. Well, yeah, I'm sorry you showed up like right at the end. I have been streaming for a while. And yeah, I'm starving. So I think I'm gonna grab some food. I'm gonna do some reaction videos to music later on that I post on my YouTube page in case you guys are interested. And I may be back tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. If I am, then it's gonna be in the afternoon, like 3-4 p.m. Eastern time. It could happen. Buenas noches. All right, Artixia. I'll catch up with you on a different platform. Feliz noche. Hasta mañana, Sarai. Gracias por estar aquí. Y de pronto nos vemos mañana. Quizás haga un stream mañana por la tarde, tipo 3 p.m. Pei, what? Pei, this is the last thing I have to show. Artixia, te voy a contestar en Instagram en unos minutos. Doodles, you're still here. How was the game? I'm gonna check out the results. All right, who is on right now? I'm assuming Cat. The Freakmeister. The Slinkmeister. Oh, I know who to... You guys are... This is gonna be interesting. Maybe you don't know of this person. The lore grows. It only gets larger. I wonder if you guys have heard of this this streamer. Kind of art related. It's hard to explain, but you'll just have to see when you get in. Okay. Let me do the thing here. Hold on a second. Loading. Okay. US 4-1. Oof. I mean, it's good for the US. I hope they get far. Man, I might stick around and watch whatever he's doing. He's super entertaining. Oh. Almost there. Don't worry, we're almost there. It's gonna be worth it. Trust me, guys. Oh, and he just started too. Perfect. Okay. I understand that there's a lot of silence going on right now, but I'm just waiting on this. Also, thanks, Flask, for hanging out. Hope you had fun, and I'm so glad that the mic was not able to capture the balloons getting popped. Otherwise, I would have gotten some lawsuits on my hands. Raid, 10 seconds. Thanks for the stream. You're welcome, Doodles. Hope you feel better and that it's not so hot this weekend so that you can stream. Maybe if you have some time. Indeed, thank you too. You're welcome, kind sir. El último. The last one. Hasta mañana, Sarai. Good night. Good night, all. I think I am. Man, am I still waiting for this countdown? this is this is awkward. Not as awkward as when I was singing Wonderwall. I will say that much. I don't know how many of you caught that, but that was something else. Okay. All right. I think it's doing it now. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.